Okay. Good looking look. It's good looking. All right. We've got 45 minutes to the close. Might as well try to see it out. I don't think you can accuse me of vanity. I look ridiculous. I wanted to go through. Happening. Yep. Something happened. Opa. It's hot here. Sorry, I'm doing this again, but like the guy says, I'm all about drama. Not really. I want to see how it closes. I want to see what you guys are thinking about, and we'll go from there. Somebody told me to take some rest, old man. Like, talking about my father? And then I realize I am old. My thing isn't working. My phone isn't working, so I can't give you quotes. I don't understand why. I have to sign in again. There we go. All right. I just hold it over here. The stock is 49.3 to 51.1, 49.3 to 51.03, 15,500 to 50. They keep moving. They just keep. Do you see how they keep moving the ask? They keep moving it. That's to make you think there's a lot for sale. There's nothing for sale. I mean, there might be something, but I bet when we see Tom Ronk's numbers, this will be 85% fake trading today. And all they got off was 71,000 shares. The last trade was 3,065 shares. Why 65? 490, 0.4931. They did get 5,000 off at 0.4967. Then a bunch of small trades, 268, 200, 200. That energy stock is up 1.5 cents at 111.5. Finger is down 7.5 at 163.5. G-Bucks is down 131. Nixie is down 10.5. Yeah, that's another example. Finger is, I've used this example many times, but when Tony was shitting all over Finger, I mean all over Railtown, oh, I don't give advice. Yeah, right. Finger was like $3, $3.50. And they're making that swap out would be a lot of shares. But if you listen to Tony, now you're looking at it and you're saying, well, I can not that he's telling you to swap out, but he's saying don't follow his supposed trading. He's adding to his long position. Which means he was long or buying while he was trashing the stock. I don't know. That guy's a tool. He's a piece of work. But anyway, now you're saying to yourself, if a hypothetical person, wow, I should follow Tony and buy the stock. Maybe I'll do my own due diligence. But now Finger Motion is under $2 when it was over $3. And Railtown has now doubled from where he started pontificating, apparently without having done any due diligence. Is that a service to you? Should he come into your idea? Why doesn't he just go talk about his own ideas? And then that's a service to you that he trashes it and now it's doubled and he thinks the risk reward is just about right. God, that guy is a real beauty, a real beauty. And you know, the mustache, I think it works. All right, Steve, how are you? Hey, Upa. Hey, Steve. Round two. Yeah, I'll try not to go very long, but I just want to, I don't know if it helps just to show support, but as long as the attorneys, let's assume they're working really hard on your behalf, but it's taking them, they have obviously aren't capable of finishing anything right now. Um, to the extent they play that game, to the attorneys, they don't think the short selling exists. They don't think this cabal of criminals even exist. They probably work at the same law firms or know somebody from school who works at the law firm that represents the shorts. So they just don't buy it. They don't see the risk. But it's an insane risk to take. Absolutely insane risk to take. The stock has built up over time, went to a high of almost 70 cents, and now we sit at 50 cents, 49 cents, and yet the lawyers still dawdle. Um, I really question the I really don't understand the benefit that shareholders get by getting a perfect document out now. As I showed you earlier, uh, if they have material information, they're supposed to release it immediately. Which they can make that in their judgment, and maybe it's just so big and complicated that it's taking a lot of work to get the legal work done. But hire a different attorney. Get somebody who knows what they're doing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe just say that we've agreed to this, and this, and in broad stroke, our agreement on this, and this is thus, but we're going to duke out the final details over the weekend. But I mean, who knows? They may be working diligently, and it's just a lot of work, which in one way might be good for us. And they just can't get it done quickly. Maybe they're getting a lot done quickly. It's just so much. I you know I don't really know, but it's all I want to say is it's a lot of risk because these shorts work with everybody and they just keep selling and keep selling and keep selling. What I love about you guys, you're not selling. That's what I love about you. I don't think any of the insiders are selling. I don't think any of the big investors are selling. And so we're probably going to be okay. But it's a big risk. If you guys turn squishy and somebody, let's say one big investor did, they could have they could have their blow off selling day. It's not usually the word you use for that, but they could have their and we don't need to go through that. There's no need to go through that. This is a beautiful company, beautiful team. They have the fantastic state of the art first in class uh, revolutionary product. We shouldn't have to be going through this. But on the other hand, it gives us a chance to buy more. Most of us, I guess, have run out of money or enthusiasm. Uh, and I continue to believe that once the attorneys finish, um, and I think it has to be soon. Um, I just don't believe they can go another week or two without, I guess, unless they can get an exemption from the regulator somehow, I suppose. But in all practicality, they've got to get it out soon. And once they do, I think you got a $5 stock on your hands. So it's sitting here at 50 cents. And one good thing, Tony now thinks it's good risk reward. And he'll take all the credit for that. Such a tool. He won't say, "Oh, oops, I should have been telling you to buy it 25 cents. I didn't know what I was talking about." But then the company called me because I do due diligence. No, they called you because you're a DAC. 49.3, 50, 67. Or let me see. David Helsley. Hensley. I threw my back out once and swore to God if the house caught on fire, I would have died trying to call out. I know. It's a funny thing you say that, David, because I didn't set anything up. That's why I fell. And I had to, oh, it's just embarrassing. I had to pull myself along the floor. Oh, God. The whole thing. It's over with now. But you just do it. You have no choice but just to do it. But I had all my medicine over there. And then I was going to literally try to sit up. Everything fell down on me. Things were falling. It would have been a bad Pink Panther movie. But I was having that same thought. What if I can't get up tonight or tomorrow? What am I going to do? Hopefully everything will be fine. Hopefully everything will be fine. All right, Steve's in there buying. Bravo, Steve. Bravo, Steve. The FKRCX gold. Well, you know what that's about, and it might be in both directions, but the dollar is strong right now, and eventually, Steve, we're going to learn to measure our wealth and our assets in terms of gold. The dollar is a fleeting measure of wealth now. I don't know. It could be 5 years. It could survive. Who knows? It could survive. But no, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of an attack on it. I wouldn't. Don't be scared out about it. Gold, silver, platinum. They're going to be huge moves upward over the next weeks, months. After that, we could have a correction, and gold and silver are not like Railtown. I mean, you can trade it and reestablish your position. What I mean with Railtown, that you might not be able to reestablish your position, and the platinum blonde doesn't get it. If you guys are listening to these people, there's part of me that feels like, you can't help some people. But with gold and silver, if you time it right, you can get back in. Silver's a small market. Eventually, silver will be unattainable. Eventually, silver will be unobtainable, but not yet. Railtown, on the other hand, if you sell it and try to buy it back. Number one, it might not pull back because institutions start buying. But the other thing is, if institutions buy, those shares are essentially taken off the market. Now, to the extent they go into a Morgan Stanley Trust AI Bust Plus fund, I'm sure Morgan will be lending out stock and hypothecating. So there's probably two sides to that. But Railtown's headed up, boy. It's headed up, and I don't think there's a toxic financing in their past, but there might be because there's 46 million shares which have been shorted according to regulation show. We don't know how many of that has been unwound still. But Ann Wagner doesn't want you to know. She does such a good job, Ann Wagner. It's good to have her there in Congress. 49.3 to 51.02. Oh, good for you. That's good. I think that's a great trade. I think that's a great trade, Steve, because I think you made some money in that, and you can come back to it. It's not going to disappear. I think that's a great trade. I would have done that. I would have done that. My theory would be, what do I think is going to happen over the next, I don't know, 3 months to gold and to silver? Well, I've told you my targets. I think gold's going to 5,000 and silver's going to 120. Now, if it gets there, great. If it doesn't quite get there, I'll call it a win if it gets 85% there. But if gold goes to 5,000, silver goes to 120, those are pretty big moves. That's 3x on silver, and that's, I don't know, 30% on gold. That's for me, my call on what I see happening. You have to be able to figure out what you think could happen as a starting point. And then if I were to write down, well, what do I think Railtown's going to do in those same 2 months or 3 months? I think it's going to $5. So it's hands down the better place to be. And the bitch of it is that once it gets to $5, institutional buying will step up, and that thing could be $11 or $12 in a heartbeat. And whatever a heartbeat means, and you won't want to sell it to get back into something else. That's going to be a tough thing, but let's cross that bridge when we get there and think it through then. Yeah, they keep moving the ask. It's 28.5 at 51.08. Now it's 56,000, 56.5 at 51, 31.5 at 50.89. They just want you to think there's big sellers. It's all fraud. It should not be allowed. But Crummy Cromwell, that he doesn't get paid by looking out for you. He gets paid by sucking up to the hedge funds. I love what you did, Steve. I love it. And I'll get your update maybe today, maybe tomorrow. That's awesome. I think you did the right thing. I think that's great. Hi, William. I hope you feel better soon. I will. All right. Dirty Randy says, "Wow, this is an important." I don't know. He says he bought 250 calls. I didn't even know they had calls on NRVG. Oh yeah, it says options. Let's see. So I would guess he is buying the, you have 50 cent strike, $1 strike, $1.50 strike, and $2 strike. And you've got August. I'm since he says a couple of weeks, I bet he might have done August. And if it were me, which it's not, I'd buy the 150s over the $2. Uh, but I don't. I see. I can't tell the volume. I don't know where the volume is here. I don't get my little service here. Doesn't give me all the details. But I'd buy the 150s instead of the $2. But I would, if I'm buying that many, I would probably end up buying the $1. Spend too much money because I'm I don't have the money, but at least I feel like I'm in the game. Let's see what September calls. Well, see, I wouldn't mind going out to September. You pay more. You pay 5 cents more for the September calls. That's not bad. The 150s. Actually, you pay 5 cents more for the $2 ones too. So he says next couple of weeks this is going to run 800,000 rail. Wow, 800,000 rail. That's a big number. So if he paid, I don't know, 15 cents for these calls, that's a lot of squid. But if you have that much rail town, I guess he probably spent about $4,000 if I'm if I'm right. I hope he didn't spend more. But let's see why could it run up? Why could it run up? They got the I know they got the it was either Texas or California they got funding. Um, maybe there's a large position. So um, the only thing with calls is if a lot of you buy the calls, the premiums go up, right? That means then computers who do call writing strategies at the basic, but other computers which do algorithmic trading, they can buy the stock, sell the calls, and then they can do high frequency. So the calls help the it can be self-fulfilling. It can buying calls gets the price up by retail gets the and other uh, option strategy trading. That can then, as the price goes up, the call premium goes up further, kind of feeds on itself a little bit. The buy side computers, which are primed with cash, hey, we'll give you some money. You guys go turn on your computers and you start buying and see if you can turn this into a squeeze. Well, the short side computers are already in that position, so they talk to each other, and it's just a case if it catches, it's like a whirlwind, and it can go up quite a bit. Uh, but I think it's naive to think that the other computers haven't learned how to recognize that. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't know why this thing would go up. NRVG. NRVG. I mean, I like the presentation. I just didn't take pictures of it. So, last news story 7 hours ago, Energy Vault's Calistoga Resiliency Center receives approval for participation. I don't know what the Casio market is. Well, I guess we can read it. The Cali, it's California, the Calistoga Resilience Center, the world's largest clean microgrid, has received official approval from the California Public Utilities Commission to participate in Casio energy markets. I have to admit, I don't know what that is. Unlocking new revenue streams and maximizing the assets' monetization potential. Ribbon cutting event hosted by Energy Vault is scheduled to take place Friday, August 1. That would be, for Dirty Randy, that would be an obvious event that could bring in buying, depending on who's there and the media and everything. Bringing together local government officials, technology partners, and energy stakeholders to celebrate this pioneering achievement. Energy Vault, a leader in sustainable grid-scale energy shortage solutions, today announced that the Calistoga Resiliency Center has received approval from the California Public Utilities Commission to pursue market-based participation in the California Independent System Operator, that's Casio, energy and ancillary markets. This approval, coupled with the recent execution of a large generator interconnection agreement, ensures the eligibility of the CRC to offer grid services to the larger grid, electric grid, I assume, following the completion of the distribution upgrades. I hope they have the money to make those upgrades, because the financing, I mean, it is New York Stock Exchange. So you've got big boys and girls on the buy side, but that financing has toxic wording in it. But you don't know. Maybe it doesn't have a negative impact. It's possible, as excitement goes in, they fill part of that raise. And I think look, if you're doing the calls and you want to participate, just be hot hands on it. Be hot hands. Get out. Take your profit. Don't hold. It's much better to sit at the table and say, I invested $4,000. I took 50 grand out. But damn, the thing, if I just waited, I could have made 90,000. It's better to say that than to say, I had 45 grand. It went to 90. I didn't sell, and now it's back. Just take money off the table. But anyway, together these develops represent a milestone marking a major step forward in the deployment of clean, resilient, and economically optimized energy infrastructure. Well, I guess if everybody else believes that, it is. Seems like a lot of incentives, but I like that. I mean, that's to me, that sounds great. Located in Northern California's Napa Valley, the CRC is a landmark achievement in grid resiliency and decarbonization, designed to provide critical backup power to California during public safety power shutoff events, wildfires, and grid emergencies. I mean, that just sounds like it's all checking all the boxes of all the things that have been in the news. But, you know, I like anybody that solves the problem of energy, for example, from hydro power or wind or to a lesser extent geothermal, depending on how that's been built out. But the point being, anything that takes variable energy creation and you can store it so that that energy can be used when the wind is down or the sun is down. That's a huge area, but that's highly competitive. The first of its kind, state of the art. Oh, there we go again. That sounds like me, right? That's what you're thinking. The first of its kind, state of the art hybrid microgrid energy storage facility integrates advanced hydrogen fuel cells with lithium ion batteries. Well, those are both technologies that store energy. The CRC serves as a blueprint for future clean grid resilient infrastructure in climate vulnerable regions. So it sounds like they have a lot of growth ahead of them, which growth doesn't always translate to straight up. But if they're as good as it says, that's pretty powerful. These developments remove the last barriers, that's good, to the CRC earning revenues in California's wholesale electricity market when the CRC is not needed for, I guess, emergencies, PSPS events. This is a significant milestone for Energy Vault, not only enhancing the financial value of the project, but also validating the strategic integration of Energy Vault's advanced technologies, including H-Vault TM, the company's proprietary ultra long duration energy storage system platform. That, if that's true that they have ultra long duration energy storage systems, that's, that's the most exciting thing. I mean, that's what Musk was trying to create with his batteries. But it's, you've seen good projects, good strategies be stolen by the criminals because of toxic financing. I showed you the financing. I won't show it again, but I showed you the prospectus. It is a toxic formula. The only difference that I see, it's not as wide a spread. It's 88% discount. So it's a 12% discount. And so any of the high frequency traders can make a fortune with 12%. But it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to destroy the stock price. On the other hand, 12% ever downward, it's a business model. It's a criminal business model. And then these technologies, they drive the stock down. The technologies can be taken in bankruptcy. But when I looked at I looked up a presentation, they seem to have a lot of cash on hand. So I don't know why they need this raise that they just put out there. But those are things you have to do your own due diligence on. I don't feel qualified to give an opinion one way or the other. All I can say is they're they are involved with a quasi toxic financing for some reason. Are they going to survive it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe all financings now. That's how Wall Street makes their money. It is New York Stock Exchange, so if these things are right, you're going to get big buyers, and the shorts won't matter. So what you're hoping for here is that this news is the reason that the stock goes back to the $10 valuation that it was before the SPAC sponsors destroyed the company, I think intentionally, but there's a lot of good thinking people out there that think SPAC sponsors are good people. I think they had a SPAC at $10. They drove the stock under $1 over a year and a half, 2 years. Everybody feasted on whoever invested in that SPAC. Everybody feasted on it. And now they're coming back with the strategy that was originally the strategy of the SPAC. So you're hoping that this news gets it back to where it really always should have been before the thieves came in. And I guess that can happen. I'm trying to think of an example where it's happened. I mean, that Wolf stock got destroyed. And what a better story than that one. But they could never get back up off the ground once. There's a certain amount of this toxic crap that once it's there, you can't get back up off the floor. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's here, but when you look at the chart, you see what I'm talking about. They SPAC'd it for a year, maybe less. And then a few people got out, probably not investors, retail, and then they destroyed it. Absolutely destroyed it. And those people are all happy with the money they made, the short selling, the high frequency trading. Back here in the first quarter, they announced a financing at the end of March. I don't know if that has a reason why the stock went up. It could be one of these other Texas, Tennessee sources of government funding. But anyway, they announced that. The stock's up for a while, goes sideways. Looks like all the world it's going to get back to where it should be. And then it collapses. I guess they announced the financing. I couldn't see at first. The 2025 number is right under the recent high. So I guess they announced the financing right where that gap down happened in March or April. And they haven't done the financing yet. But you see all that stock up there? The Hudson Valley financiers, whatever their name is, they shorted all that stock. They're going to give the company its own money if they do a financing. It's the same story over and over again. But that doesn't mean this company couldn't break through here. And I guess one difference I have with everybody out there now is, and let's just look at that chart. It collapsed all to hell, and then it reversed pretty dramatically, went sideways, kind of made a pennant, and now it's broken out. It's above the 200-day moving average, but it's pulled back. So maybe something's going on. I don't know. You got to play so they can take money out of the market. They never risk their own money. I don't know. Let's just finish reading this. These developments remove the last barriers okay, to sell into the grid. They also have Vault Bidder, which is an AI powered platform. See, that's the other buzzword. So what you got in here, you got green, you got clean, long duration, AI. You got a lot of the words that everybody wants to see. Enabled by Vault Bidder, the CRC will be able to deliver market services such as energy shifting, regulation, and spinning reserve, contributing essential grid services while maximizing value. This dual role, delivering community resilience. Another word you need to get in there, community resilience and market performance, demonstrates the power and the scalability. I'm not sure it demonstrates the scalability, but I'm sure if they wrote it, they can scale it, but not, I don't know. I don't know. It's just English there. Energy Vault's platform-based approach. All right. So they're saying that the platform, which I guess the owners buy, and then these guys get a trail. I like that model. I guess that's what's scalable. You can build a lot of those. The Calistoga Resiliency Center embodies the vision we've had since day one. Well, look at what they've had, that vision since day one. Look what they've done to my stock, Ma. They had this vision from day one, enabling communities to thrive through clean, intelligent, and reliable energy systems. Well, you got the three words in there: clean, intelligent, and reliable. Marco Terrazin said, this milestone not only affirms the performance of our H-Vault and our Vault Bidder technologies, but sets a precedent for what's possible in building a grid. So this is their goals, to build a grid. This is just proof the concept. I mean, that's big upside. If this becomes the technology which is accepted for rebuilding even a part of the nation's grid, that would be a home run. As grid operators worldwide face increasing demands for decarbonization and resiliency, CRC stands as a global model, delivering safety, sustainability, and profitability through innovation. Well, there's no company that ever thought of that before. A ribbon cutting event is scheduled to take place tomorrow. Okay, here's the thing that might have got the stock going up. The project facilitated by the recent closing of $28 million in financing, inclusive of the completed sale of ITCs associated with the product, is fully owned and operated by Energy Vault, and PG&E serving as the utility partner under a long-term energy services agreement. That all sounds, I mean, it really sounds good. A lot of it sounds good. So let's see, 7 days ago, Energy Vault closes. Let me take that down. It's probably better than looking at me, though, isn't it? I should have turned on the light. I just don't want to stand up. All right, so the $18 million project financing is good. Project financing is good. That doesn't destroy your share count. The Cross Trails BESS completed and brought to full commercial operation in June, is supported by a 10-year offtake agreement with Gridmatic. Can't argue with that. An additional $12 million in federal investment tax credit related funds are expected to be received later this quarter on a previously executed ITC sale agreement. Can't argue with that either. Cross Trails financing delivers an attractive levered IRR of 15% while building on the successful execution of Energy Vault's own and operate asset management strategy. Following the successful close earlier this year of $28 million project financing for the Calistoga Resiliency Center microgrid in California. I like all these things. As will be discussed during our scheduled Q2 earnings results, August 7th, Energy Vault had another successive quarterly increase in cash of over 20%, finishing at the high end of the guidance range, following its prior quarterly increase of approximately 60% sequentially Q1 25 over Q4 24. Oh, they had an investor day in May of 24. That might have been why the stock went up too. That's good. So they're talking to analysts. That's tremendous. The 57 megawatt, I guess, slash 114 megawatt hertz, I don't know what that means, BESS was brought into commercial operation in June and is currently providing energy and ancillary services to meaningfully support renewable energy production and improve grid resiliency in the Electric Reliability Council of Texas region. Project is supported by a 10-year offtake agreement with Gridmatic. The successful financing of our Cross Trails BESS project represents another significant milestone in executing our own and operate strategy, delivering strong returns that will generate predictable, high margin, and recurring revenue streams. Following our recent Calistoga Resiliency Center project financing, Australia demonstrates our ability to attract premium financing partners while building a diversified portfolio of attractive energy storage assets across the globe. With an attractive mid-teen levered IRR and a 10-year offtake agreement in place, Cross Trails BESS is another example of our commitment to creating long-term shareholder value through strategic energy storage, asset ownership, and operation in growth markets. Today's announcement marks the second close of project financing for Energy Vault projects, coming on the heels of the successful close of $28 million in financing for the company's Calistoga Resiliency Center in California. The financing also follows Energy Vault's announced acquisition of Stony Creek BESS in the Australian markets. The advancement of these projects follows through on initiatives first presented during Energy Vault's May 2024 Investor and Analyst Day, demonstrating the company's ability to execute on its strategic vision. Energy Vault continues to pursue a robust pipeline of projects in development under the company's own and operate strategy and long-term vision for generating predictable, recurring, and high-margin tolling revenue streams with the goal of delivering sustainable long-term value to shareholders. This milestone reflects significant proactive interest from strategic partners and investors given. All right, I read a lot of that one. Stocks 130. They had to call to discuss financial results. BESS is a battery energy storage system. That's what BESS is. That's a great idea. Battery energy storage system. I guess they had a problem with the listing on the New York Stock Exchange, but it does. I'm sure that's not a big deal. I don't want to read it. I don't want to bring it up. It missed expectations on full year 24 earnings. That might explain why it sold off. I don't think short-term misses are necessarily something if you're in it for the long term. They purchased from Enervest. Interesting. So they're obviously cobbling together levered 15% rate of return projects. Leverage is risk, as you know, but if they're also creating offtake contracts, they're only as risky as the cost of the lever, I guess. I hate that word. They're doing something in Australia, I already said that. Energy Vault and New Cube Energy form strategic partnership. Well, there's a competitor, but if they're joining their competitor, I guess that's good. Energy Vault and rack scale data centers announced strategic. I'm not going to open everything. They got FID, whatever that is, approval for their Cross Trails battery. I guess that's I like that idea of storage. They have Gravity, Energy Vault, EVX, Gravity Energy Storage Technology. I saw that on their presentation. I can't remember the direction. I think as the energy comes down, you're spending the energy, and as it goes up, you're storing it. But I might have that back-assward. Energy Vault price target, okay, raised to $2.50 from $2 at Roth. So this is a Roth deal. And I can find out some information on that. So if their target is 250 and you buy the calls here, you can, but when was this target made? Roth MKM raised the firm's price target on Energy Vault to $2.50 from $2 and keeps a buy rating on the shares of the company after the announced $350 million agreement with Enervest to supply the Stony Creek battery energy storage system in New South Wales, Australia. The order follows a big project win and provides further evidence of Energy Vault's ability to win large, high-value projects. Roth believes the project could contribute meaningfully to the company's 2025 revenue. Jim Cramer. I don't know. You guys, you can make a lot of money on calls. And if you want to keep doing that game, that sounds like as good a project as any. Dirty Randy, though, owns 800,000 Railtown. I can't stand. If I wish I could turn on the light, maybe I can turn on the battery on this one. I don't know any technology. Terrible. I know I have the flashlight here somewhere. Hell. I don't even know how to bring it up. Do you do something like that? No? Do you go over to the side? Go down like that? I can't get the flashlight. So you're stuck with my disembodied picture. But anyway, Dirty Randy owns 800,000 Railtown. So it looks like he can afford the trade on NRVG calls. And if he hits it big, he can add to his position. But I give him a great credit for owning 800,000 Railtown. I think Railtown is the stock that can get you out of having to, not him, I'm not talking about Dirty Randy, anybody, all of you, from having to live on the edge of this story to that story to that story. If Railtown does what I think it will do, and if Dirty Randy can avoid the allure of some of these other stories and just steady on, he could have a lot of money at you can figure it out at $10. You can figure it out at $25. You can figure it out at $40. But that takes changing how our electricity is running, and it takes just holding on. But I think Dirty Randy will have a huge account, and then he can trade some of these because it's fun and to stay in touch. He can do hopefully just small percentages. The problem is there's an addictive side of it, and you increases the trades, and I don't think it's any better than a casino. They'll take it all back. But I like the background story of Railtown. Sorry, of this stock. I think it's already had its move though. Um, but you should listen to Randy instead of me, because I don't know anything. I don't have any edge at all. But I see that $2 price is very difficult to get through. Very difficult on the chart. And could it go to 250? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to break through 250 unless, what are the unlesses? Unless the plan they had all the way back here when it was a SPAC, and then it got destroyed by their own capital groups destroy it, unless the plan is finally working and the revenues are there and they don't need to go to market. But look at this. The Hudson Global, 25 million. And down here, it's the price is 88% of the lowest closing price of the common stock on any trading day during the period beginning on the put date. I didn't look up the put date, and which, anyway, do I have to read it all? That's the toxic formula. That guarantees that Hudson Global's clients can make money, and they're not supposed to do it, but they'll use this to go short the stock. They're not supposed to do it, but they do it. You've seen it every time. So the question is, can the buyers in this stock outbuy Hudson Global's clients selling? I don't know the answer. And then the key is, as it kicks off, and what Randy may know that I don't know is maybe somebody's paying a trading desk a couple of $1 million to start buying the stock. I don't know that, but it could be. And if you get into one of those, then you got to run, and it could go to $10. And if it gets to $10, you could have buy-ins, and then you might have a short squeeze. But how many times has that worked? I mean, this might be the one. Certainly, the story is intriguing. All I would say about it, I I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about NRVG. I think you have to do more due diligence. This scares me, but it is the New York Stock Exchange, so maybe they're different. But we know the setup. We know what these guys do. Uh, and then they specifically say that they've guaranteed there's no short sales. Well, why do you put that in there? Because you've been sued before, or you're worried that it's going to happen? I don't know. And then I can't quite read anything here. Yeah, they're telling you basically, my translation of that, you're going to get entitlements. You're not getting stock. So I don't know that this idea that we've all had. Let me show you that. Let me show you that while I'm talking about it. Of course, I probably can't find it quickly. Boy, you sure do have a lot of files. I do. I've taken quite a few pictures to show you. Ah, good. I found it. Unos, dos, tres. Oh, shoot. You've sure got a lot of files. All right, I'll take that down. Take that down. Take that down. Take that down. And go look again. Hmm. I just found it, and now I can't find it again. Here it is. Let's see if it gives it to me. All right, so this is from David Morgan's reporting. We have received several questions on the Great Taking, which is written by David Rogers Webb. And according to Webb's research, the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice whereby all securities, stocks, bonds, and other assets are used as collateral by the world's largest banks. This practice is known as collateral management and is carried out without the explicit knowledge of individual investors and institutional funds. The securities are pooled in centralized depositories like the DTCC. Through this system, securities are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains which contribute to the rapid expansion of the derivatives market. It was legally formalized through the 1994 revision of the Article 8 Uniform Commercial Code. The legal and regulatory structures introduced under the UCC have effectively turned securities ownership into a form of indirect claim. Rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions to prioritize their own interests in using these assets. If a major financial crisis were to occur, the first rights to the underlying securities would go to the secured creditors, involved in the derivative contracts, not to the investors themselves. This has allowed derivatives market to grow to 1,500 I don't know what 1.5 quadrillion. 1.5 quadrillion. So anyway, I went out of order. To legalize this activity, culminating in the 1994 revision of the UCC Article 8. That, like I said, I went out of order, but it's all right. You get it. they legalized this under the 1994 Bill Clinton revision of the UCC Article 8. My guess is, I'm not sure, but my guess is Ham left sort of the Wall Street market trading desk side right around that time. I'm not positive. He might have left a few years later. But if you add 25, if you subtract 25 years, yeah, maybe he left a little bit later. For me, I left right around this time. So I never actually knew about this until recently. This revision introduced the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements. This revision in 1994 under Bill Clinton of the UCC Article 8 introduced the concept of security entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities, with a contractual claim, effectively allowing central depositories, the DTCC, to use the securities at will. Rehypothecation, the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations, lies at the heart of this scheme. It's just reprinting the title on your car and selling your car 25 times and hope no one comes to pick it up. And the ones that do come to pick it up don't have a gun. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they use securities at the DTCC as collateral without investors' knowledge. The U.S. Federal Reserve acknowledged this in legal documents, stating that investors, quote, do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool. The Fed said investors do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making them unsecured creditors. So all the shorts and the prime brokers have to do is move the chairs around on the deck rapidly, quickly, move the people around too, get them in a banquet, get them up over on the pool side, just keep everything moving, buy time, because the investors do not have a right. So if the goal, I don't know if it's the goal, if the goal is to get a squeeze going, I'm not sure that squeezes will ever happen unless, one, there's a surprise out of the blue in earnings or a story or an asset. I don't see anything in this NRVG that's a surprise. Now, offsetting that statement, lots of times good news comes out and it takes a while for the stock market to recognize it. And that might be going on. Is that enough of a good news to get that stock above 250? Maybe. But it's not a surprise. It's been in the works for a long time. Second thing you need is you need a group of longs with a lot of money and bankers and funds to break the law. They have to do the same thing on the long side that the shorts do, breaking the law. And one could argue, well, you don't enforce it with the shorts. Why should you enforce it with the longs? I don't know. I don't want to get into all that. But basically, they have to collude. They have to organize beforehand. They have to build their positions ahead. That's material information. And then they have to agree to act in concert, for a while anyway. All of these are securities violations. And if you think the SEC will ignore longs doing that, I think you don't recognize what the SEC does. They never go after the shorts, ever, but they do go after the longs. Anyway, you need a bunch of guys getting together, and they own the whole float, and they know the short, and they're gonna you know be a loose confederation of in the know guys, just like the old stock pool days and before the last stock depression, the last stock crash. That's how Kennedy made his money. So you need that. And then the third thing you need is you need somebody to put up $1, $2, $3 million to the algorithmically run computers, so that, let's say in this stock, you guys can come by calls, you guys can come by stock, and it gets to 250. That might be high enough that the algorithmic computers, if they're juiced with a couple of $1 million on the long side, so the longs are doing the exact same thing the shorts are doing, but then they go back and forth, and it's a battle of the dueling computers, the dueling algorithms, and it goes all around the world in lightning speed, all the exchanges, and it's going. And then that gets the price going up. They need you first, and that gets the price going up. And then your heart starts pumping, and you think, oh my gosh, this is finally it. It's going to go to 200. But look at what they did to Nixie. They did the same thing to Nixie, and they had everybody working together, everybody in, all whatever, and it went from, I don't know, $2 to $12 pre-market. It opened at $8 and never saw 8 again. It just kept coming down. Why? White Diamond got in there, and he works for the shorts. He got in there, threw a wrench in it, and stopped it. I guess he'll won't be in this one, but someone will be. And then in Nixie in January, February, they ran it up again. It went to, I think, 8 pre-market, opened at 6, never saw 6 again. And I think at that time, the guy who screwed it up was the former CEO of recruiter.com. He had 600,000 shares to sell. I don't know if it was he, but I think somebody did. They stopped it cold, and the stock came right back down. So 2 times, these very powerful men with a lot of money and with a strategy and with the ability to raise money to buy the competing, essentially artificial intelligence, limited artificial intelligence trading machines, to buy them to go up against the shorting, and bing, 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 bing. The key need is you need retail to come in unpredictably in size and drive the price up, because the computers, at least in the short run, are not going to overpay. They will recognize an amateur investor, and if enough amateur investors come in, hopefully that gets the whole thing going. So in the case of Nixie, there was no good news particularly. It was puffery. I mean, it was good, but in and of itself, it wasn't going to scare the shorts. I'm talking about the kind of news that, let's say, Energy Vault drilled an oil well off of the coast of Santa Barbara as an offset, because they did so much green benefit. They were allowed to drill an oil well, and let's say they hit, 100 million barrels or more, 1 billion barrels. Well, then that's something the shorts can't fight against. So it's number one, it's news as a surprise or something, as a surprise. Most of them they can fight against. They can just absorb the blow. Even look at AMC. They absorbed that whole blow and they went, and as it went up, they got help from Stevie Cohen. They got help from uh, Ken Griffin. Maybe that fund went out of business. Who knows? But they rescued it. Then they hired Roaring Kitty to come on a few times and impress you. He was impressive. I mean, the brain power in that guy. Anyway, the stock goes up. Everybody gets sucked in, but they know what they're doing. It's not that they're smarter than you are. They're working together. They know what they're doing. You don't, and so you're raw dogging it. You're cowboying it, and they're very careful. So as it runs up, they sell, and then they cross the deal. Then your memory's short. Everybody's memory is short, particularly in the TikTok era. They do it again. Then they do it again. And uh, um, looking at NVRG and RVG, none of that news scares the shorts, in my judgment. But it might make them have a longer term strategy to get out of the way. But I don't see anything there. NRVG just gets a small percentage of the ongoing revenue. It's not it the thing the pitch I saw 3%. It's not gonna scare the shorts. In my judgment. So that's number one, news. That's a big surprise. Number two is you need coordination between bankers, wealthy men and women, and maybe some institutions that decide we're gonna put the screws to these guys. And I think that happened with HKD and TOP potentially. But remember, those guys know what they're doing. It's called stock pools. You can, if you are a student of financial history, this is what Joe Kennedy and his buddies did back before the internet, back before high frequency trading, back before the SEC, back before, Zach's research and, there were probably IR guys, but there weren't IR guys coming on space calls. So what they would do, Kennedy and the rest, they would pick a stock and they'd start buying. But they would do it with different specialists and they do it under different names. Like if Kennedy were doing it, he have other people around doing it. And so it looked like the buying was coming from all different directions. And back then, people would follow the tape. I think it's almost useless now to follow the tape. But back then, you would see a ticker tape or a thing running across. Some were just boiler rooms with big blackboards and people would write it down. But you would see the volume, you'd see the price action, obviously the direction of that action. And you could make some analysis about the trend and if it was breaking out, something's up. Well, their whole goal was to get those tapes to start saying that. The tape would say, hey, something must be going on. It's up. And so guys like Jesse Livermore, who made a lot of money, had his own formulas. He started trading with very little, but he became wealthy because he knew how to read these tapes. So what Kennedy and others would do is essentially prime the pump. They'd use their money to go around getting the stock price going up, and then retail, us, your great grandparents, would start buying, and the stock starts to run. They keep buying, and then they step away. They let it keep going. And then with intuition of doing it hundreds of times, they can tell when it's kind of reached the maximum. And quietly, Kennedy says, sell. Now, the only difference is they didn't have derivatives, they didn't have toxic formula, but that's in essence what's going on now with these stocks. You got to use the current. Back then it was radio and locomotion and other things I can't remember, but now it's clean energy storage, uh, um, uh, tax credits. Uh, I can't remember the other ones. The AI they put in there. You got to have all those buzzwords so the retail person goes, "Hey, it sounds great." But the whole thing is a stock pool. You pool your money, you get the stock price up, you get out before the suckers. Guess who the suckers were? It was your grandparents. Guess the great grandparents. Guess who the suckers are now? It's their great grandchildren. It's the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun. And it's just been legalized. Roosevelt came in, and he's probably not popular with most people that like Trump, but I liked Roosevelt. I'm too young to know anything about him. We were in Rome when he died. I was a kid. I just remembered that. I remember my dad. We're walking down one of those via something or others where they have all the leather there that smells great for sale, and that you want to buy a wallet and then you want to buy another one, and they had all sorts of things. We're walking down there, and there was a newsstand, and we're all walking as a family, although that was the last stages of that family. Uh, uh, and all of a sudden, Dad stopped. I was with Dad. I think we all were, but I was with him, and he went over and grabbed the newspaper, and it was like time stopped when Roosevelt died. I think that was Roosevelt. Let me make sure. It might not have been Roosevelt. It might have been. It might not have been. It wasn't Roosevelt, because that was in 68, 67. Maybe it was Eisenhower. All right, so my I don't even have a good memory. Anyway, I remember my dad stopping, and when some president died, it wasn't Roosevelt. Anyway, so Roosevelt, when he came in, um, Roosevelt created the SEC, and he uh, hired Joe Kennedy, and he said something along the lines, "Who's better to hire as the SEC chairman than a criminal? Because he'll know how to catch the criminals." So Roosevelt actually wanted to. Who was the president that died? It wasn't Truman. Must have been Eisenhower. Anyway, so what he did, Roosevelt, is create a system that was on the side of investors. And he created a banking system and other rules that Wall Street hated. And Roosevelt said, they hate me, I welcome their hatred. That was Roosevelt. He stood up against these banksters. But Obama wasn't an FDR. Well, I guess if I had to guess, Trump is an FDR. I think Trump will stand up against Wall Street. But what's happened now is you're doing that same game, but on the short side, all of these so-called, I showed it to you. No, I took it down now. They put in the document, I showed it to you earlier on NRVG, that they're an investment dealer or some word like that. They put it in there because lawyers want to cover their ass. Because this is the lawsuits that have broken this system down. So they put it in the document. But they're also admitting there's a little gray area there. And they do it in every bloody market. I hope New York Stock Exchange is different, but I have no knowledge of it. Any stock that needs to raise capital in the United States is going to get screwed by the shorts. I don't care how good the story is. That repeatable, scalable, best idea ever invented energy vault, they can bankrupt that too. And then China will buy it, or Malaysia, a country that cares about its financial markets, not ours. Our financial markets are designed for 3 or 4 people at the very top. And that's it. Maybe it's 8. So anyway, I like NRVG. I would listen to Dirty Randy if you're still a gambler. But my hope with Railtown is you leave your gambling ways behind. And to use, I don't know what Dirty Randy is thinking about. He probably, if he owns 800,000 Railtown, he's probably pretty familiar with the story. If he is, I have no idea. But if he's got 800,000 Railtown, and it can go to $20, he's going to have $16 million. Now, let's say Railtown is bought. Let's use a low number. Let's say it's purchased by Microsoft at $50 a share. I don't think there's any way in the hell that that's happening. I think it would be a lot higher. But he would have, let's say I'm talking 2 years from now, down the road. He'd have $40 million worth of Microsoft stock. I have no idea if Microsoft pays a dividend, but I'm about to find out. MSFT. Yeah, pays 0.62%. 0.62%. It's very low, under a percentage point. So let's say Microsoft bought out Railtown in 2 years for $50 a share, and it pays a 0.62 dividend. That means it would pay $248,000 a year, and Randy would be making $20,000 a month. If he just bought Railtown, let Microsoft buy it, obviously that's an assumption, and just did nothing, pay no taxes, he'd start making $20,000 a month. If he does this trade, 250 calls at, I bet he bought I'm going to guess he bought the $2 calls. And the stock goes to 250, where there's a lot of resistance. He makes I think he makes $12,500. Let me do it again. 250 times 0.5 times 100. Yeah, he makes 12,500. So while he wants to be down here playing these things, if he can just change his body and brain and urgencies, I think Railtown, he holds on to that. He'll be making extra 12,500 a month every month. He'll be making 20 grand a month at less than 1% dividend on his portfolio. Why the hell do this anymore? Well, I guess the reason is, what if the 250 calls, this is going to be the one that works? Not Finger, not other ones. This is the one. So let's say the stock goes to its previous highs. I don't know. I can't even read that. Let's say that's $20. I have no idea. You can look that chart up and you can find out how high it went. But let's say it went to $25 in a squeeze. Well, I guess that's why he's doing it. I guess the reason he's doing it is he'll have 250 calls times $25 times 100. He'll make 625,000, and then he can go buy Railtown. But let's compare it right now with that 4,000. He can't buy a lot of Railtown with that $4,000. He could buy 8,000 shares of Railtown. That's not going to change his life. So he's in a different position than a lot of people. He can afford this bet. But let's just see if he had 600,000. Let's do that again. 250. Let's say NRVG goes to 25 somehow and does it in the next few weeks somehow. I think you have plenty of time to buy NRVG. If you want to make that part of your long-term portfolio, I think you have the rest of the year to do it. But I don't know. I think Dirty Randy obviously knows something. So I wouldn't listen. I'm ill-informed, uninformed. So if he has 625,000, yeah. So that's what he's doing. He's saying that would be equivalent to Railtown going to $78. I don't see Railtown going to $78 in the next 3 or 4 weeks. He must think that, as he says, this is going to run. He must think it's going to really do something. If you buy the NRVG calls, I would just be like one of the people I think talks to Dirty Randy. I think she follows every ham idea, Frank idea, big whale idea, but she gets out. She, as it goes up, she sells. If we had done that every single time, we'd be in a much better place. So if you buy these calls, you're hoping for a short squeeze. I don't think the news in NRVG scares the shorts. The idea is that the computers could start buying and that'll cause buy-ins. Yes, if the prime brokers lose money. If the prime brokers lose money. But they also have perfected like you're seeing in every stock, moving the trades, moving the loss from the Kramers over to that Hurry group and then getting it in court. They have, I don't know, just because people are whales doesn't mean they have the staying power or the knowledge to beat the shorts. To go long against this is to go long against the whole system. There are no FDRs anymore. None. So you're just hoping, you're trying to put together, all right, we got the whales. All right, we got the stock, even though the system destroyed it already. But we think we have it because it's got all the buzzwords. But more than the buzzwords, it's got performance. They've raised the money. But these projects are not going to give, by their own presentation, these projects are giving 15% IRR levered. They're not going to scare the shorts. But it's a good way to build a company, and it's cash flow and it's recurring. And if the company can get through all this, you may have something to own for the long term, but you don't need to buy it now. Now, what Dirty Randy's saying is he's believes so much it's going to go next couple of weeks that he's made a gigantic bet. Gigantic. I don't know. For me, if I had my account back, I might go do that, just knowing he's doing it, because I think that would cost, I don't know. I think it's about I don't know what he paid. I don't know what he paid, but if you pay 20 cents, oh, it's 50. It's $5,000. Wait a minute. 250 calls. Yeah, it's $5,000. 250 times 0.2 times 100. $5,000. I got 50 grand when I just did it. So it's $5,000. If I had my big account, I might do it. But I'll tell you what, ladies and germs, I personally would rather put I personally would rather buy 10,000 shares of Railtown for $5,000 than buy calls. Calls are most likely to expire worthless. But it sounds like if you're a gambler, and I'm making a leap here, it sounds like Dirty knows something that's interesting. So for him, $5,000 is an easy punt. For me, I don't have that kind of money anymore. I would rather put it in Railtown. I think Railtown, oddly, if you can hold it on the longer term, don't get confused by things I'm saying in terms of my highly confident projections versus longer term. There's so many moving parts we can't know yet. But I think Railtown in the short run, if I were Dirty Randy, but he already owns so much of it. But for me, let's just talk about me, because I don't have his wherewithal. I have nowhere near his wherewithal. I would much rather own 5,000 shares, sorry, $5,000 worth of Railtown here, 10,000 shares. That goes to $5. I got 50 grand. Well, if I own 250 calls, I paid 20 cents for them. They got to go to $2 to do that. Well, it's possible. It's possible. It could happen. You could turn 5 grand into 50 grand. In fact, if what he's thinking is there's going to be a squeeze and a squeeze happens, you could be bloody rich. But just know what you're doing. It's just a gamble. And then they'll get you on the next one. I've never seen one of these squeezes work. And we've been at them for 3 years. Had we done what this other client does, if you can call her a client, on every stock, as it went up, just sell. And then if it runs, oh well. And then the next time do it again, we'd be all sitting pretty. But if you get into the mindset that you have a bunch of longs, they own most of the float, the stock's in all the right story, it's got this and that and that and this and bing and bonk, and it's come up off the mat. This time that's not a dead cat bounce, that's the real thing. Just don't forget that all those players that destroyed the SPAC, they have a vested interest in destroying the market cap of this company. Now, if the company now has learned how to navigate finance, maybe you avoid it. But I don't see anything with that Hudson deal that convinces me that you're safe. Anyway, I think 10,000 shares of Railtown will be worth $50 over the next 18 months. That's a lot of money. And I don't see that you have to worry at night. I don't see that you have to get scared, sell-offs, expiry date, none of that. And that's what I'm trying to get people to do, is move away. I'm not saying these ideas won't work, I'm sorry, these kind of ideas, but just know, and I'm not saying that about Dirty Randy, but people are getting shares in all likelihood of this stock to promote it. Well, that's okay. Are they disclosing it? Probably. They probably are. They probably are disclosing it to you. But I don't have a problem with that per se. But you should know they will sell. They will sell. They will sell when they can. Because they're professional. They're going to do it each time. They're not riding their whole future on the one trade. That's what they count on you for. Anyway, those are just some of my thoughts. I talked about that for a long time. Let's see how the stocks go. I think it's great that Dirty Randy owns Railtown, and I think his allocation of assets is superb. Superb. He's got, at these prices, he's got what, 400,000 in Railtown and $4,000 in options. Perfect. That's a perfect. But he's in a different category than you or I. He's rich. He's rich. So you got 49 cents. It was the closing. The volume was 85,900. And I don't know if I can see the last trades. they they closed it on 200 shares. The Energy Vault closed up 5 cents at 115, but then in the aftermarket they took it down. I don't know that that matters. The volume was pretty good. The 10-day average volume is 2.5 million, but today's was 600,000. That doesn't seem to be bad. G-Bucks is 124. Nixie, ever impressive, coming in at 169. And Finger closed at 162, down 9 cents. And I want to look at Give One Heart, Get Back Two, Give Bucks. Closed down 17 cents at 124. I guess the final thing when you play options, and I'm going to move on, but when you play calls and options like this, it's purely gambling. You think you heard something, you trust that person. There's a rumor out of Morgan Stanley. And if it works, wow. But when they don't work, that money's gone. And the next time that money's gone. And the next time that. And the hardest thing is selling. So if you enter into the trade, just be prepared to sell soon and get mad if it keeps going up. But just you got to sell. It's much better to sell with profits too soon. Not all of it, maybe, than to wait too late and it comes crashing down and you didn't sell anything. But I would pay attention to Dirty Randy's actions. In other words, he didn't come on here to tell you. He didn't come on here to trash me or trash Railtown, and he didn't come on here to tell you to buy NRVG. I'm not telling you to do it because I don't know. You're purely on your own, not only with due diligence as ever, but also I can't give any guidance. I think buying calls and trading these so-called squeeze stocks is a mug's game, and I won't bother telling you who I think the mug is. On the other hand, I think that's a huge commitment. That's a big trade, and it might be something if you want to just follow him, might make sense. Just realize it's a gamble. It's not an investment. I think Railtown is an investment. The $5,000 it would cost you to replicate that totally out of the money call position, if it is the $2 over the next few weeks. You could buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. My opinion, according to me only, I think Railtown in 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks, that 10,000 shares would be 50 grand, give or take. It's a projection, not a promise. And by the end of the year, I think that would be $250,000. Am I wrong on my timing? I'm going to be wrong on my timing. Am I wrong on my target? I'm going to be wrong on my targets. But I think that's the kind of move that's ahead for Railtown. And if you can wait 18 months, I think Railtown's a $50 stock, and 10,000 shares is $500,000. That's a lot of money. And the key about owning Railtown versus calls is they're not going to expire. It's not going to disappear. And each level as it goes up, these revenues that are going to come in for Railtown, I've gone through them with you. They're coming in with high margins and huge multiples. It's not a mature energy idea that's striving to become the answer down the road, which has its place. But you'll have time to invest as a wealthy investor. You'll have time to buy that. But what you're getting into on Railtown is this: you're buying in here at ferment prices, and as soon as the news is announced, you're going to be at the takeoff price, and then the price is going to keep going up, 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 and then you're going to get to maturity, and Amazon's going to buy them. So 18 months, I think it could be $50 a buyout. I ran some numbers the other day. I think a buyout could be $175 to $250, and that might be low. But that's 2 years out. We don't have that information yet. I don't think the multiples in the AI space, AI 2.0 space, are going to stay at 100x revenues and 150x revenues that long. Maybe 18 months at the most, end of next year. I don't see the revenue. They'll pull back, so your multiples will come back, but the revenues will be growing. And Railtown is a company. If they got, I was doing it with you the other night before I got so dramatic, I guess that one guy would say. I'm trying to remember if you use, he talked about in his presentation that the developer market, the software developer tools market, to my memory, he said either 17 billion. Let's go with that, because I remember a bigger number, but let's go with that. 17 billion. If Railtown, 17 billion, and then the research report that's already out there, if Railtown got 3% of 17 billion, 3% of 17 billion, they have 500 million in revenue. 500 million in revenue. Let's say they get that within 18 months. And let's not use 150x. Let's not use 100x. Let's say, I don't know, Microsoft comes and buys them for 50 times revenue. That's 25 billion. 25 billion. Let's use the research report. They expanded the outstanding shares to 170 million. I'm not sure that's going to happen, because there's structures by which Railtown can set up the acquisition of the network partners, companies, to emulate Constellation software. But we'll have to find out. So 25 billion market cap, 25 and a half. Let's divide that by 170 million shares. Remember, they're not buying all this revenue. They're not buying it. It's organic. That's $150 a share. It's $150 a share. That's a 25 billion. Now, he also put out there a market for AI, the spend on, I think North America, but let's just say it's worldwide. The spend, corporate spend on AI software development soon, like this coming year. $300 billion. $300 billion. This is the amount of money that corporations are going to spend to catch up or stay ahead with AI agents and AI software. 300 billion. And that isn't a cost, or I guess it's a cost in accounting, but it's when they spend that money, it creates value, it creates revenue. So it's actually something they'll be happy to spend. But if you assume Railtown gets 3% of that market, that's $9 billion. Let's multiply it by 50. Nightmare. That's 450 billion market cap. So let's say NVIDIA comes in and buys them for 450 billion. That's not going to happen. But let's just say they did. We'll divide it by 170. They pay 2,600 a share. I think if you take a tenth of that, I think that's more reasonable. But why wouldn't it be worth as much as that? If they got 3% of the market and they're growing, and it's 60, 80% margin, and NVIDIA wants them, NVIDIA's worth 4 trillion, and they're just going to issue stock? It could happen. But if you take 10% of that, it's $264 a share. So that's NVIDIA paying, I got to remember my numbers. That's NVIDIA paying about 45 billion for Railtown. And that's totally possible. So I appreciate that. It sounds exciting to go chase NRGV, but I'm not saying Dirty Randy at all. But other guys involved in that might, I'm not saying, I have no idea, but they might be incentivized to get money to run over there. So, they're working, so they need to be paid. But they're getting stock, not options. They're not buying calls or warrants. And then that juice, that ginning up of the stock, just like Kennedy, getting the stock going up brings in other people, starts to go across the tape, so to speak, with these computers. And then you gin up the computer, questionable legality, but you do that, and boom, 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 boom. I mean, you're just fighting fire with fire. I would do it if I had lawyers paper it up. I mean, the SEC allows the crooks to do it. So if you're going to allow the crooks to do it for 25 years, how can you not allow it to be? That's the market you've created. But if you want to keep chasing short squeezes, 1 out of 10 will work. I haven't seen evidence of that. 1 out of 20, I haven't seen evidence of that. If you play it like a smart investor and just get out every time it starts to run up, as the stock pool is created, get out when the other suckers are coming in, and just do it over and over again. Or skip the whole thing. What if you own 10,000 shares of Railtown instead of this, and NVIDIA did buy the company for 10% of that last calculation, and you just had 10,000 shares, and NVIDIA buying the company, by the way, it any buying, any buying is going to happen within 2 years, 2.5 years. Otherwise, we missed the boat. You'll have $2.5 million. And why not do it that way? All right, I got to move on. I took forever. I'm really happy, Dirty Randy, that you own so much Railtown, and I take that as confirmation of all the hard work people here have been doing for the last 2 months, building their positions. So I think it's fantastic. I also think the Dodgers got Alex Call. Wow. And I hope if NRVG works for you the next few weeks, you can always buy rail, but you have so much. I understand. You have so much. But bravo, Dirty Randy, bravo. Sorry to talk about it so long, but it was interesting to me. You're about to get heavy thunderstorms. I left Dallas Airport. Pretty rough. Sun's out here. Dallas Airport's the best. National's gotten bigger, but anyway, let's talk about something else. Okay, what's DVS? DVS. Is that a stock that went up? I think this is one of the bad guys, but let's see what DVS is. They want your money hot. They want your money in motion. They want your soul, and they want it now. What's DVS? Oh, Dolly Varden. I love that company. So they are in the New York now. Yeah, I love that company. I put 75,000 in Dolly Varden. Yeah, I got 300,000 shares of Dolly Varden at 25 cents on the offering. And that stock got destroyed by the criminals. So I knew the chairman. I met him, had dinner with him, and I knew one of the principal board members / advisors / large investors. I can't remember the exact. And the chairman, as I understand it, got in a fist fight with the president in the men's restroom because somebody in the board meeting used a bad word in front of one of the women on the board. Anyway, so that everybody had to resign. They brought in this young guy, Sean, it begins with a K, who I spoke to a couple of times, and I give him great credit. I was just an investor back then, and he called me back. But what they did, they got destroyed by the shorts. So they did a reverse split. I told him that he would do that. He didn't believe me. I said, they're going to kill you. He said, well, we have brought in a lot of liquidity. That's true enough. But remember what they want to do. They want to destroy the per share value of any good news. So anyway, Dolly Varden was one of, I believe it was the largest silver mine in the British Empire, or it was one of the silver mines in the largest silver mining district in the British Empire. And um, historically, they've produced a lot of silver. But it had gotten down to where they silver prices collapsed and everybody abandoned and all that. But somebody went in, right now I can't remember the name, went in and bought up the leases, bought up the project. And what Dolly Varden has is this silver vein. I think it's called Torbit, and the other one's not coming to my mind, but they have, to my memory, they had 20 million ounces of silver in the ground. And I think that was uh, their reserves, and the inferred brought it higher, like to 30 or 35 million ounces of. I could be wrong. It could be that the entire inferred was around 20 million, but I don't think I'm wrong. But anyway, they had infrastructure there. They they did have power, to my memory. They had to rebuild some of the uh, uh, bridges and other. They had uh, place for people to live and stay. They're close to the, I think it was Anchorage, but they're very close to the sea, so they can ship it. I think they either had rail or trucking in. So it was a situation where, with success, they could deliver the silver fairly easily. So anyway, this guy Sean continued to raise money by the crooks. Maybe he worked with the crooks and didn't realize it. I don't know. I think he's a good guy. And they did a 1-for-10 reverse split. So my 300,000 shares went down to 30,000 shares. And then uh, they just announced another split. I have to look it up. I think I have 8,000 shares now. Imagine if I put that 75,000 into Bitcoin, which I easily could have done. Um, it's going to get crushed again. I just think once stocks get into the maw of the short sellers, I don't care what the good intentions are. I just don't think there's any way out, but we'll see. I wanted to call him and see if I could get a consulting contract with him to raise money. But I've been working, trying to work with some investors, one in particular, but which the others will wait. But I don't have anything to offer this guy. But I wouldn't mind going in and getting investors to invest in Dolly Varden. But I'd have to find out uh, what they're doing about the criminals. So anyway, let me just see the news. Yeah, kit salt. There's kit salt as well. So they bought a property. That's good. They did a deal with Eric Sprott. He's one of their largest shareholders, and he's amazed at the short selling. Well, they're bulking up. They're bulking up. They're buying a lot of properties. Anyway, they did another reverse split. One for four. So my 300,000 shares went down to 30,000, and now I have I don't have them because I'm sure they're lost. They're not in the system. I have 7,500 shares at $3 times 340. So I have $26,000. I invested 75,000. I think that's right. Yeah. 10, 11, 12 years ago. All the company's done is succeed. That's all they've done. But my position is now worth 26,000. I don't know where it is. They when they did the reverse split before, somehow I received shares. It might be Morgan Stanley. It might be I forget why I got the shares. To get them back in the system, no way to do it. No way to do it. So I'll try to find out where my 7,500 shares are. But John Wick, here's the thing I want to tell you about what happened to me. Let me look up Dolly Varden. Okay, right now, Dolly Varden has they're I like this company now. They're building up. So Dolly Varden is up with resources of 35 million ounces of silver and 29 million in the inferred category. So if you combine that roughly, it's, let's say those all work. That's 55 million ounces. Back when I invested, I think it was 20 million. And I think the 20 million was, let's say that was the total. I don't want to, I'll come back to this at some point. So right now, Dolly Varden has just trying to find out how many shares they have out. Here it is. So they have 87, call it 88 million shares outstanding. So, John, I have 7,500 somewhere shares divided by 88 million. I have 0.00085% of, let's say, the whole 55 million ounces of silver even though that's not how to do it. So what I have, my shares represent 4,687 ounces of paper silver. Do you know what my shares represented when I bought it for 75,000? 120,000 ounces of silver. The real ounces. I wasn't using inferred. I was using just what they had proven. That's the damage that the shorts do. And a guy like Eric Sprott can keep investing and keep his percentage up. But my Dolly Varden investment for me used to represent 120, a little bit more, 120,000 ounces of silver. It now represents less than 5. And the company's been growing. Why? Because of what the criminals do. But John, I'll talk about Dolly Varden again. It's on my list to reach back out to that CEO, and I'll do that. I like the company. It'll get bought out. Dolly Varden will be, as what'll happen is the bigger silver companies will buy each other, and then the next round it'll be Dolly Varden. But it's unfortunately it's not going to give the rates of return that investors like myself expected because of the criminals. They control everything. And this young CEO, he's not young anymore. He didn't believe me. He said, and I'm not mad at him. He just said, I don't, what we're doing is we're raising the liquidity and we're investing here and here. But on a per share basis or a per ounce basis, they destroyed my investment. But I like the company. All right, so Giuseppe, AIP is a large network with financials, contracts, intellectual property. Moreover, conductor has to be worked in. Sounds voluminous. LinkedIn comments followed by Rebecca comments. It's close. I agree, Giuseppe. I think it's very close. I mean, did it happen tonight? We've got the baseball deadline. Maybe there'll be a Railtown deadline tonight. I can't believe the Dodgers are buying Alex Call. Damn, I hate this setup I have here. I need to get healthy. Angels are going to acquire Oswald Peraza. The Cubs acquire Will Castro. Rangers acquire Merrill Kelly. Wow. Yankees acquire Jake Bird. Padres acquire Ryan O'Hearn, Ramon Laureano. Dodgers acquire Alex Call. Who's going back? 2 pitchers. Mets acquire Cedric Mullins. Padres acquire Will Wagner. Astros acquire Jesus Sanchez. Rangers acquire Danny Colombi. Astros acquire Carlos Correa. Dodgers swap Brock Stewart for James Outman. Yankees acquire David Bednar. Doesn't say anything about Railtown. Maybe by 6 o'clock it'll say something about Railtown. Good for you. Good for you, Steve. By the way, I think we're going to have to start thinking. We don't think that way yet, but we're going to have to start thinking in multiples. You made your multiple gain on that gold stock, Steve. There's another third maybe, but by moving it over to Railtown, I think you have 10x staring you in the face. Should you decide to, you go back and reestablish this one, but you might find out that you don't want to sell Railtown right away. But you know what? If Railtown goes to $5 and then goes to, which is possible, goes to 11 because institutions buy in, I wouldn't be against a small allocation, not getting over leveraged. I'm talking small. But with your position at $11, you could afford to reestablish your gold position on margin. You just have to pay the interest, it'll accrue. And if we can match that up with an income producing, I would do a royalty stock. It'll pay for itself. And you just let it sit there. But anyway, that we're not there yet. But you can get back into it. I think you did it great. I think you did a great job, Steve. I really. We'll get your totals later. There is an old saying: "Strike when the iron is hot." Hopefully, they get this deal done soon, Bill Miko. Well, there's another saying that a Columbia professor, business school professor, told a CEO of a gold company that I raised money for. He said, "Marty, if you have information, you should invest on it." That's what he said. And I think he gave the negative of that too. If you have information and you don't invest on it, you're a putz. Something like that. I used my own words. So at the end, I did. But his point was, if you know something, if you have an advantage, you invest on it and you load up. And that's what Railtown is. That's what Railtown is. Yeah, absolutely, you should be buying Railtown. JT Wisco. I just went through some of the upside, but let me give you the reasons to buy Railtown. One, it went to 70 cents. It's now 50 cents. It's telling you where it wants to go. It wants to go up. It wants to go up. And it's pulled back. Only in investing does our brain say to us, oh, it's cheaper. I shouldn't buy more. It's the only case. If I brought you, uh, some, I don't know, something at Costco. I haven't been to Costco in so long. I can't think what you would buy there, but I don't know. Beef. If I offered you a sale price on beef, freshly processed at $5 a pound, off from $25 because we just had a freezer that collapsed, you would go buy as much as you can. But when Railtown's down 30%, you go, should we still buy it? What if that dolt Tony is right? What about that platinum bond? Wait, I don't get it. If I sell here, I won't be able to get back in. Wait. We're not waiting for you, honey. Yes, you should be buying. If you are even asking that question, I'm mad at myself that I didn't get through to you. Railtown sells right now at 50 cents for two reasons. One, they may have done a toxic deal in the past, I don't know. But somehow the shorts are into this position for 40. I don't know what that says. 42 million shares. 42 million shares. There's 100 million shares outstanding. I don't want this to be a short story. I really don't. But up here, the top lines here, look at the percentage volume that's short. 91, 74, 64, 79, 78, 80, 71. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake volume to sell. That's one reason it's at 50 cents. The second reason it's at 50 cents is the company was an R&D company for 6 years. No revenue, always spending money, always needing money. But they built their 3 products as of last year. Now there's 4 or maybe 5. And they've got customers, they've got revenue, but it's more in the beta testing phase that they did that. So Railtown came out guns blazing last year. There's a research report that says they're worth $2 a year ago. Their bear case was 90 cents. And it was gushing in its effusive in its description. Well, that was a year ago. The stock went to 62 cents in the United States on that report a year ago. You can now buy the stock at 50 cents. And you're asking, should you be buying more? Yes, you should be buying more. What the shorts do, like the last week, if they were able to sell 100,000 shares out of thin air with no money at 68 cents, and they covered at 48 cents, they made 20 grand. That's why they come on and make fun of me. That's why they get angry. That's why they pay people money. They make 20 grand out of thin air. They think it's riskless because all stocks go down and the whole system is on their side. In the case of Railtown, they're going to get it handed to them, but themselves. But that's why they do it in the short run. In the long run, they want to bring all these stocks down, like I just showed you with Dolly Varden. They just destroy it. But the CEO has his job. He still has Eric Sprott, and he's still doing an exciting career. But investors get wiped out because of his. I mean, you can argue that he didn't have any options otherwise. I think it should be on the CEO to realize what these criminals do. Royals are acquiring Bailey Falter, but there's no news about Railtown at the trade deadline. So anyway, the 2 reasons that the stock are down, one is the shorting, that it's a lot. And 2 is last year they came out selling their wares and met with tremendous reception. And they were marketing and creating a buzz and excitement everywhere they went. But then they ran into this group, AIP Partners, which was founded by the initial investors in a group called Constellation Software. It was founded by some pretty hot property guys. You know, I wouldn't say Mick Jagger, but Mick Jagger's not all that good looking either. But maybe more Ringo Starr type guys in the heck, maybe Paul McCartney type guys in the Canadian AI space, technology space. Well, they founded AI Partners and the network, and that network is 160 AI companies. 160. It's not one that adds AIP to their title. It's 160. And the whole idea was to cross sell and use each other's customer bases and standardize to the extent possible the technology and other aspects. Well, I actually thought Railtown would, because of another company I'm involved with, I thought Railtown could get sold out very quickly or or have negotiations. People would come and try to buy them very quickly because of the quality of their technology. So I started telling you guys about Railtown last year, but then everything went quiet. Couldn't figure out why. On February 11th, they announced Railtown is acquiring AI Partners. The guys in AI Partners that you should know, the one guy, you should know them all, but the one guy is John Ruffalo. And he has as much experience in the AI space and finance space as any of us, as anybody. AI, much more, and much more, but in finance as anybody. And he invested in technology companies, started his own firm, runs his own hedge fund. And why, JT, why would AI partnerships agree to be purchased by Railtown? They have 160 companies in their network. Only when Railtown joined the network, which they did in December, only when Railtown joined the network did they find the ideal company to be acquired by. Remember, AI Partners was set up to acquire companies. What is it about Railtown that is so special that AIP isn't acquiring it? No, they are being acquired by Railtown. What is it about Railtown that's so special that you get scared of buying it at 50 cents, yet AIP Partners has agreed to be purchased by them? It's Tony, I bet. But you got to know, Tony now apparently is a buyer at 48 cents. But he never gives advice. No, I never, particularly on over-the-counter stocks. I never. The only stocks I talk about are over-the-counter stocks and some NASDAQ, but I never give advice. And for some reason, I'm in this space. Why are you in this space, Tony? Because you're getting paid to be. Sandy Alcantara will not be traded, but there's still no news on Railtown at the Major League Baseball trade deadline of 6 o'clock. So they agreed to acquire AI Partners and effectively take over the role of then rolling up all those other companies, or most of them. Now, JT, that process has taken 6 months. I think I don't care. I don't have a single lawyer who's a friend of mine anymore, probably. But I think the lawyers have they didn't realize the priority this should have been, and they're not ready. or the lawyers, the attorneys, maybe the thing's gotten bigger. There's no way of knowing. All I do know, I read it to you, everybody, earlier. They have to make the announcement as soon as it's agreed. Well, they did the MOU announcement February 11th. What does an MOU announcement mean? It tells the computers from the criminals to start selling. Sell, 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 sell. Why? We can drive the price down, and when the company comes to Canaccord for uh, uh, capital, we're there. We sold the stock down 50%, and we got the cash. We've got the short position in the shares. We'll just give the cash for new shares, book the profit, and Bob's your uncle. They do that. They do it over and over again in companies. Secondly, they say, well, we can sell it down and then maybe it'll bust up the deal. Because the CEO will look at, the two CEOs will look at whatever they've agreed and they'll say, shite, you told me you were going to give me 10 million shares worth $20 million and now it's only worth $5 million. I don't want to do the deal unless you give me more shares. Well, I don't want to give you more shares because I give up control. They walk away, busts it up, and the stock goes down. And guess what? The shorts who committed fraud and broke securities laws, but remember, Adina Freeman doesn't care, Charlie Caldwell doesn't care, the SEC, nobody cares. So they do it. That's one way to make money. And the other way is if they drive the stock down and the stock collapses and the deal still gets done and the company needs to go raise money, they still benefit that way because they give toxic financing via Canaccord, and then they start the onslaught of share prices. You've seen it over and over again. And what Tony wants you to do is think this is just like Nixie because he has a brain half the size of a hollowed out pea. But it's not. Railtown's different. But in that doubt that Tony and others have created, they can sell this stock down. And the attorneys working on it don't recognize this risk because it's never been entered into their evidence. And they're not financial types anyway. They really don't care. They could care less if the stock went down to a penny, the attorneys, as long as they get their billable hours paid. The Cubs are going to acquire Taylor Rogers. Rays are acquiring Adrian Hauser. And Rangers are acquiring Phil Maton. Red Sox acquire Dustin May. Yankees acquire Jose Caballero. Padres acquire Neste Cortez. And nothing on whether or not Railtown is acquiring AI Partnerships Corp. And they've only got 2 minutes until the end of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. So JT Wisco, your hesitancy, your nervousness, your having been burned on other stocks is doing you a tremendous disservice right now. You should be buying all the shares you can at 50 cents, 48 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents, $1.50. But you know what? At 50 cents, you can buy twice the number of shares you can buy at $1. If you can do it tomorrow, I think you should be buying. Why? What's going to happen? Once the attorneys finally get the job done, and I think there's got to be a clock ticking. I showed you the Google this morning asking the time frame to release material information in Canada? Immediately is the answer. Immediately. The only exception is if you release it and it's going to hurt the company, and then you have to have a little cover the ass from the attorneys, but you probably have to disclose it to, it says in there, you have to talk to the, I don't know if it said the regulator or the exchange. I think it's the regulator. So the all right, 6 o'clock. Any last minute trades? No. They usually have one or two after 6. So the time frame that the attorneys have taken has hurt us in terms of the stock going straight up. But that's okay. You don't want stocks to go straight up. That's then they come straight down. And that gives you a chance to buy, but you're scared to. You're scared to because Tony makes you nervous. Other people make you nervous. It's a shame. I wish somehow I'd gotten through. You should be buying all you can of Railtown. It should be buy all you can. Buy all you can. Once it's announced, once the lawyers get finished, which is just mundane shit, I'm telling you. Hey, CEO, did you want the pay? If you go to page 45, subsection and you read there, it says, I don't know, John Ruffalo is going to get 0.03% of the new company. But on, if you look at the introduction to the contract, it says John Ruffalo is going to have whatever 3.3% of the new co as his options or something. Is that what you want? No, no, no. We're doing the, he's getting the higher number, not the lower number. That must be a typo. Oh, good, good. Well, let me get that fixed and we'll get it back to you. $1,500 an hour, $1,500 an hour, and time, more importantly. But they're going to tighten those kind of things up. And they finally announce it, JT. This stock is not at the right price. There's the price discovery here is non-existence. You've got a bunch of nervous Nelly retail that ask questions like, should we keep buying Railtown? Versus hardened professional thieves that see an opportunity to strip you of your courage and your money. And who wins every time? Every time. The only reason you have any doubt, other than listening to those devils, the only reason you have any doubt is the attorneys are taking so long. Why are the attorneys taking so long? Well, number one, it might be a bigger deal than any of us thought in terms of documentation. I'm not talking about, I'm not trying to get pie in the sky numbers or anything. It might be that, they have to do, oh shit. Yankees are going to acquire Camilo Doval. Well, certainly shook up all the baseball teams. So let's say the documents, instead of being 2 acquisitions, Let's say for some reason they have to work on 30 acquisitions because they're going to work on rolling up all those underlying companies. That's good for us, but it takes time. And so all you're watching is the price. And I get so frustrated, not at you, but that the system allows this to go on. No uptick rule, no uptick rule, high frequency trading, no enforcement of settlement. They can lie and there nothing goes wrong. And you have to deal with this. To ask such a stupid question. But it's not your fault. It's not your fault. So once the lawyers announce whatever it is that's taking them so long to do, Rays are acquiring Griffin Jacks, Tigers acquire Charlie Morton. It will remove the restriction, the quiet period. And then, JT Wisco, you're going to have all the information you need. Others are too. And you know what? It's not going to be a 50-cent stock anymore. Tony, the nut dinero, the half a nut dinero, he'll have all the information too. But you won't be able to buy it at 50 cents anymore. Buy it while it's on sale. Buy it while it's right in front of you. Buy it while the devils are selling it to you. Buy, 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 buy. Don't stop buying. Buy everything you can in Railtown. You ask, well, won't the attorneys take another month so I could buy NRGV calls? I don't read it that way. I think if the attorneys come up with complicated excuses to the regulators to delay, I think the CEO and the board have to stand up and say, wait a minute, we're not comfortable with that. Because at the end of the day, the lawsuits are going to go against the board and the CEO. And JT Wisco, you'd be a perfect candidate for a lawyer like that lawyer with the guitars who gets angry and then he's nice and works to fight our fight, but no one ever goes to jail and all the settlements work to the advantage of the criminals. But I'm sure he's on our side, I'm sure. But he'd call you up. He'd say, JT Wisco, I want to do a class action suit. And I want to go against the CEO, the company, the shareholders of Railtown AI, part of AI Technologies. I want to go against them because their attorneys sat on the news for, I don't know, it's probably a big accusation, but they knew or had reason to know that the merger was completed, and what they've already made announcements as if the merger is finished. They had a responsibility to put that news out. So my client, JT Wisco, wasn't nervous about buying the shares. Had he been informed, he would have purchased 20,000 shares. So our claim right now, the stock is trading for $15. Our claim is for whatever that is. And we're going to do it as a class action. And we're going to go against this. I think that's the risk they run by not getting this work finished. I think these are shitty attorneys. Or it's just so big. They should hire other teams, though. They can go hire other teams to get things done. But anyway, that's all. That's the art, not a science of law. And if they can convince the regulators that the attorneys need more time, Therefore, the attorneys are under no obligation to put out material information, and therefore the shorts can act on information the shorts have, which they're colluding with each other to destroy the stock. But real long investors don't have access to information they deserve to know. But if you can convince the regulators that the attorneys who sat on their spotted behinds for months need more time to finish their final paper to graduate, well, they get the time. But anyway, leaving my frustration out, why is that good for you, JT Wisco? Why is it good for you? You can buy it now at 50 cents. And once they do finish, could it be September? Sure, it could be September. Hell, it could be October, the way it's going. But is that likely? I don't think so. Because they, in Canada, have very strict securities laws. As soon as material information is known, or as soon as it's known to be material, to have become material, immediately. So I think the news is pending. I think we got a lot of hints about it. I don't suppose you saw the posts, which I've shown here, by the two CEOs talking about more to come, something special. I don't know that you saw the news on Monday that the combined two companies are entering into agreement with a Dubai-based consulting firm, AI firm. All the indications are there, JT. Why wouldn't you buy it? What, JT, what about putting up 50 cents and potentially in 2 years getting $50 back is scaring you? What is scaring you about that? I'm telling you, Railtown is your way out of this hell. Railtown is the way to get away from all these shysters, all these liars, all these promoters, all these jerks, and get your account back to the green and maybe make such a return that the whole lesson can be written off as a learning experience that gave you a great return. Why the hell are you hesitating to buy Railtown? You're going to be so mad at yourself. You're just going to be furious because you listened to these liars. Today, in my judgment, according only to me, you have to do your own analysis. In my judgment, today, as we sit here, Railtown's worth $5 a share. What's making you nervous picking up 50 cents and exchanging it for $5? What the hell is making you nervous? These liars? There's no better investment than Railtown in the short run right now. No better investment that in this space, in this, cone of speculative stocks. But even in better stocks, I don't know of a single investment that I can present to you as a strategy. There must be some, but I can't give you one that's being suppressed by the shorts, and because the lawyers are slow, the quiet period, the restricted period, keeps the major buyers out of the stock. It keeps all the institutional buyers, all the family offices. Well, they might be out also because it's under $1, but Canaccord Genuity cannot solicit orders while it's on their restricted list. They can't put out research reports. They can't tell their brokers to buy it. all the insiders, all the investors, all the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, all the people that all these guys know and they talk to probably can't buy it. Once that restriction comes off, then you're going to get price discovery. Real buyers come in, real buyers that know what AI is, real buyers that understand the truly understand the risk reward, unlike Tony Tiny Dinero. And he's done you a disservice because you're nervous. Look, if it's still available under 60 cents, 70 cents, buy all you can tomorrow. But one of these days it's not going to be available. I've been wrong for 2 months. I can be wrong for another month, but I don't think I am. I personally do not understand, but then again, I'm not Canadian, so I'm not a gentleman, polite. I do not understand the patience. They have the patience of Job with their own attorneys. They got to get it out. Because, well, on the other hand, you've had plenty of time to buy. So, on the other hand, why get it out if we can keep buying? But you don't believe in it, JT. Well, you just don't believe in it. You believe everything the bird said or the dog said or the somebody on space. It's very frustrating. We all go through that. We have to fight that. Railtown is the one decision stock. Buy all you can. Do it now. Do it before everybody else does in the world. And this is a gift. These prices are a gift. Did Railtown take my pants? No. No, they didn't. It's a good question, though. Get well, William. Take care of yourself. I'm feeling better. Sent you an email. All right, I'll get that article. I'll get that article, Bill. That'd be interesting to talk about. Steve added 21,000. That's awesome. Oh, I can say, okay, Siri. Siri. Oh, nothing happens. Oh, Eric, I don't know what I've done without you. Did William die? No, I just um, am under the weather. NRGV, yeah, I did talk about it for a long time. It was interesting. I don't know anything about the stock, so I would listen to those guys like I forget now, Dirty Randy, one of Ham's new plays. Yeah, just keep moving them. Just there was a movie with Woody Allen in it, and his girlfriend took him to meet her family, the very Jewish family, and he looked around the table as I remember it, and he imagined them all wearing their various wigs and hats. They weren't, but he was very nervous about going into such a believing, practicing Jewish family, because I think he's more secular, whatever. Anyway, he goes, and the father's asking him, so what do you do? What do you do? In other words, you got to be making money to marry my daughter. And he said, oh, how did he say it? He said, I don't think he said stockbroker, but I'm a stockbroker. I invest other people's money. Oh, that's very good. How did you get in that? It must be very difficult work. Oh, no, no, no. It's not that hard. I just invest their money until it's all gone. So, Brandon Neely, after the last hour, I'm not buying it, and we'll stick with RLAI. Chucky, Finger 2000. Well, if you believe that, chase it. I'm showing you a way. I don't think Railtown will go to 2000, but remember, Railtown has to go up 5x. No, sorry, it has to go up 2.5x to get to Finger right now. No, yeah, to a little more, 3x, almost 4x, right? Finger is $1.60 divided by 50. Well, anyway, 3x, call it, to be at the same starting point. But I don't think Railtown's going to go to 2000. But hell, what if Railtown gets purchased in 2027 for $175 a share? Shares by NVIDIA. Is it worth waiting for? You could buy 10,000, Brandon says you could buy 10,000 shares of Finger for 16,500. Ham says it's going to go to 3,500. That would make it worth 35 million. Good luck. I have a certain lack of skills. Good luck. I'm out on that. Hey, John Croissant. Solomon's Treasure. I just bought 2,000 shares. Yeah, you heard that, but I didn't get, I'm not guaranteeing that, Solomon. I think the most reasonable projection for Railtown is to focus on the near term, and I think there's 10x on that. That's $5. Could it be 3? Could it be 8? We'll find out. But we have to get that final approval that's taking forever. But who knows? The reason it's taking forever might be good for us. We don't know. I'm showing my frustration. Frankly, I'm the one that gets attacked, but you get attacked too. People that buy the stock here get shaken out, and they don't realize this possibly is the, how you say, you missed it, there'll be another one. I don't think there'll be another Railtown. I'm hoping that there's going to be deal flow of a like kind. And if we work together, I may be able to, and it doesn't have to be me, by the way. One of you can take over. But we can go arrange transactions that have advantages that only institutions or wealthy or first movers see. And I see that coming. I think there will be some of that. But right now, the key is to not be shaken out of Railtown. And so my target's $5. Could it be tomorrow? Unlikely. Could $5 happen by August 15th? Yeah, could. But August is a slow time. So let's say by September 15th, $5. I think by 9 months to 12 months, the stock could be $35 to $50. if you're willing to go 18 months to 24 months, 2 years, I think the stock could be $50 to $85 or more a share. In a buyout, and I just went through the numbers, in a buyout, there's some moving metrics. But if you're one of these no, that's not it. That's silver. If you're one of these companies, NVIDIA is worth $4 trillion. Meta and Alphabet are probably now worth $4 trillion because they had a great day yesterday. Microsoft is probably up as well. They might be closing in on $4 trillion. Amazon, I don't know. I think I think the bloom is off the rose a little bit, but they might go up. And then Apple, I bet's down. But just looking at the first ones there, $4 trillion. These are the buyers. These are the natural buyers of Railtown. Now, maybe they don't like Railtown, but I think they do. They're partners. Well, two of them are partners with them. And so the Rays are acquiring Adrian Hauser, Astros, Carlos Correa. Royals are acquiring Mike Yastrzemski. Oh, well, have to digest that later. Stocks are going up. So anyway, Solomon, if you go out 2 years, I'd say $50 to $85. But these companies are going to want to buy the company sooner rather than later. And so it's a cross between the metrics right now. Apparently, companies are paying 100 times revenues, even as high as 150 times revenues to acquire companies. So that's one metric. The other metric is you've got to get in early enough to get that hockey stick lift in revenues. In other words, you're trying to buy the revenues early enough that you've confirmed they're happening, but not too late that you're not going to get a growth. For example, Railtown. Let's say Railtown does 100 million by March on an annualized basis by March. And the company, NVIDIA, comes in. Let's go back to that picture. NVIDIA comes in $4 billion. Let's say NVIDIA says, we'll give you stock for your company. You're doing 100 million and we'll pay you, I'll go to the top of it. We'll pay you 150 times that. We'll pay you $15 billion for your company. And let me work out what that is per share. We'll pay you $88 per share in stock for your company now that you're doing 100 million. Well, if they do it in March, they might be willing to pay 150x. But if they wait, and let's say Railtown's revenue grows to 500 million, they might not be willing to pay that 150x, depending on their internal studies. So that's the that's one parameter. The other is I think Railtown's revenue is going to go to um, huge numbers. The marketplace is huge, software development, and they're first mover, world class. They're already aligned with Microsoft and NVIDIA and AMD and others. I think it's going to go, their revenue growth is going to be massive. So what if they do go to 500 million a year in revenue by the end of next year, 18 months, and somebody comes in and says, we'll pay 50 times that. That's 25 billion. 25 billion. What's the price of NVIDIA? 4 trillion? That's less than 1% of their stock. So yes, I think the stock, Solomon's Treasure, I think the stock, I want to finish these comments, but when I sat down with a pad of paper, when I could sit down, I came up with the possible buyout range, and I think I was being somewhat conservative, but obviously I was using dreamy numbers in revenue. I just don't know. But if it's done soon enough while the mania is still on, my range, Solomon, for a buyout is $175 to $250. But I didn't say next year. I said 2 years for that. Could it happen next year? Yeah, it could. But I think if you're in it, you have to live your life as if it's going to take at least 24 months for everything to play out. And why, if it takes 36 months, why not? These are big, big numbers. And that's the kind of stock that Railtown is. Railtown's, Solomon, is the stock that you may not have to make a decision on after you own it. VO Warrior. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. All right, here's Dice. Promoters, lots of love, lots of idiocy, LOI, says William. I know of a better investment. It will be 10x as much as Railtown. It's 53 cents. Oh, good for you. You're not going to share it. Well, let me go back to this. I'm not promoting it. I'm not promoting Railtown. I have no arrangement with Railtown. I own shares myself. But whether you buy the shares or don't buy the shares, it's not going to change my situation. I have a very reduced financial circumstances after trading some of these other stocks, and I have a very quite a puny position compared to Dirty Randy. I mean, it's astonishing how much he owns. That's fantastic. But no, I'm not promoting it. What I am trying to do, Dice, with all the energy I have, and I know I'm not perfect. I know I come with rough edges, but with every bit of effort, every bit of commitment, I'm trying to get, even if 10 people listen to me, I'm trying to pull people out of this disgusting part of the market that they're in. They may have come here because of AMC. They may have come here because of GME. They may have come here because of Lou. They may have come here because of me. They may have come here because of him. They may have come here because of Tony De Niro. No, I don't think that. But, they got in this mess where you can't win. You simply cannot win. And the idea that Wall Street is going to have to cover short positions is as outdated as the Ford Pinto. It's as outdated as a payphone booth. It's as outdated as cooking at home. It's as outdated as finding a girl that hasn't been on Tinder for 10 years. It's as outdated as human happiness in the modern era. But people are stuck in it, and I want people to get out. That's as simple as it is, Dice. No, it's hard for you to understand. I know that's hard for you to understand because that's not something you do. Phillies acquire Matt Manning. Brewers do acquire Shelby Miller, Jordan Montgomery. They're going for it. Yankees acquire Camilo Doval. Oh, well. Why try to make people get out of their positions to do their same? I don't think people should get out of all their positions, although it depends on, they have to make that decision themselves. For example, if I still had my house, would I sell it to buy Railtown? Probably not, because I want to live in my house. If I had a portfolio of blue chip stocks, would I sell all of them? That's tougher. But I still think there's going to be a melt up. So I'm not sure I'd get out of all of those. But I might winnow them. But if I have a portfolio, which I did with my puny portfolio, if I have a portfolio of these speculative names that are, they have people with no name like Dice coming and saying, oh, it's going to go. You guys want investors to keep moving their money so you can fleece them. And it comes from so many directions. I can't even figure it all out, of course. They can't. But I know it's happening. If you walked into a bar and every step you took, someone was slicing off a bit of your ear, a bit of your finger, a bit of your leg, wouldn't you turn around and walk right back out? That's what's happening here. And so to me, the question comes, I'll just use the stocks that pop up on my little thing. Railtown. Well, I'll use Dolly Varden. I can't sell it because I don't know where the hell my shares are. But would I sell those shares to buy Railtown? Sure, but I can't. Why? Why would I do that? Because I think in the next, Dolly Varden is $3, $3.33. I think the criminals are going to crush it. But Dolly Varden could be bought out. I'd be taking that risk that it is. But Dolly Varden's starting their drill program. I don't expect any major move in that stock for months. So I would put that money over into Railtown. G-Bucks, $1.24. The story, as I understand it, there's big players out of the Middle East. $212 million is coming into it out of Goldman Sachs. The huge short position. The whales own the majority of that, and they're buying a gold company. Great. And the shorts, they're doing a count of the shares, and the shorts are going to be screwed. Okay. But what do I think? When do I think realistically that happens with G-Bucks? September 15th? October 15th? Next year? Never? I don't know how to call that, but I do know Railtown, any day, any hour, any week, any month. It doesn't feel like that because the attorneys they're in a warp, they're in another universe, attorneys. But it'll eventually get done, and I think it'll get done very soon. Why? Because working against the attorneys is the mandate, the requirement to disclose material information. So right now there's material information. It has to be disclosed immediately, which I've learned being involved with securities attorneys. But you can buy a little time, maybe 2 weeks. You know, my attorney father died. My attorney, you can buy a little time, but you can't buy much time. So I think it's just getting closer, closer, closer. But we're human. We feel like, well, it's been 2 months since you told us about this. And it went from 22 cents to 70 cents on the extremes. But now it's 49 cents. And they must know something. They're selling. They don't know anything. And it's all because the attorneys are just taking attorney time. But once it's announced, I think Railtown is a $5, maybe a $7 stock in a matter of days, maybe weeks, maybe a month or so. But to me, G-Bucks doesn't give you, let's just do 10x. Does Dolly Varden go to 33? I don't think so. In let's say by October 1. So we use October 1 as the $5 target for Railtown. 10x. Does Dolly Varden go to 33? I don't think so. It could in a buyout, but I don't think so. Railtown, I already gave you that. G-Bucks, does it go to $12.40 by October 1? It could. If it does one of those runs that it did earlier in the year. So that now what you're left with is probability. How do I feel about the probability that Railtown will go to $5 by October 1? I would say my choice is between 99 and 98%. I'll go with 99%. I feel 99% confident that Railtown will go to $5 by October 1. Remember, I'm doing this for my account, but you're asking me why would I tell other people my strategy? Because I think they should do it too. 99% confidence that Railtown will be $5 by October 1. G-Bucks, if it runs again and it goes to $12.50, one, will I know to sell? One, will it do it in the pre-market? But let's just say by October 1, it gives you 1 day where you could have sold it at that price. What kind of odds do I put on that? 20%. I'd go lower, 15%. 15% odds. Are my odds correct? Only you can judge that for yourself. But you're in the world of using other people's money, doing the trades, doing it levered, lying and mismarking tickets and closing out days a day, go on the next day. If somebody's hurt, tough, you know, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, finger, $1.62. What odds do I give for finger to be worth 1650 by October 1? 5%. What odds do I give to Railtown to be worth $5 October 1? 99%. NRGV, $1.13, $1.14. That's tough for me because Dirty Randy seems very confident. But in order for that to equal Railtown, it'd have to go to $11 by October 1. It would have to get through its SPAC price, which had been destroyed down from. I'll give it 35% odds that it gets to 11 by October 1. I could be wrong. But you're asking me, so I'm giving you my opinion. GDC, 315, 329. By October 1, could that go to $33? Zero chance. No, I'd say 1% chance. Can't say zero. 1% chance the GDC goes to $33 by October 1. G-Bucks I did. Let's see what else is here. Oh, ZJYL. I don't know. 63 cents. So the odds of ZJYL going to $6.30 by October 1. $6.30 by October 1. I'd say 10% chance. Mingtang International, $14. That would have to go to $140 by October 1. I would give that 5% chance of happening. Nixie, $1.74. That would have to go to $17.50. Call it 17 by October 1. I'd give that a 2% chance. I think I already did NRGV. I mean, this is a great company, Dorchester Minerals. It's $27.40, and it pays a great. I love this company. I want to own it someday. It's got a 1.3 billion market cap, pays 13%. But If I owned it, I might even sell it because then by October 1, it's probably going to be $28. It's probably not going to move. It's not going to 280. So the reason I recommend that people sell all of their positions in this space, I can't tell people to do with what to do with their other assets. But in this area of stock that they've been trading for 3 or 4 years with no result, from MMTLP to AMC, GME to MMAT, it's all losses, losses, losses. And then counting on Congress to get it back, they won't. Dice, I'm telling people this is the way to stop being a victim and get the hell out of here. And so I'd sell all of these kind of stocks and buy Railtown. I cannot think of a stock that will be 10x by October 1. You obviously have one because you want people's money hot. You want the money hot because you're looking out for yourself. And you know the thing that you can't understand about me? I'm not looking out for myself. That's what you don't understand. I'm not looking out for myself. I'd like to start doing that pretty soon. I'm actually looking out for a big, nameless, faceless mass of people that you stole from. And I want them to get away from you. And you come with all these reasonable sounding, well, why would you get people doing that and then? Because you don't know what you're talking about. You want people to think that all these stocks are of the same quality and that you're some genius in trading. You're not. You're just a coward. The only advantage you have, somebody sponsored you. You went in a boiler room. They gave you 100 grand to start with. You might be up to 300 or 400 grand now. You can trade. He takes 60%, and he goes to Stevie Cohen once and never again. Stevie Cohen says, "Look, I'll give you these documents. This is how it works. Talk to this attorney over here." And he introduces him to the attorney. Now you go get CEOs to sign these documents, go to conferences. And if you get this document signed, I'll be the one that puts up the money. And you're going to split the profit 70-30 with me. And then he starts a boiler room. You go work for him. He's giving you some money, whoever this guy is from Burroughs Park. And that guy wants you just to find some suckers, keep the money moving, pay off some promoters, but sell. Just keep selling. Here's the machines. Keep selling. What I'm trying to say to everybody, and it drives me crazy, this guy actually asked the question, should we be buying more? Of course you should be buying more. Of course you should be buying more. I think you should sell all the shit stocks. Well, they're not shit. Okay, then don't do it. I can't find them now. But anyway, if you don't want dice, it's the thing is you don't offer a way out and you don't offer a solution. You just offer endless nightmare of addiction to gambling and victimhood. I'd like people who no longer wish to be a victim to get the hell away from you. And you don't understand my motives. Well, it's what I'm comfortable with. It's what I want to do. But I guess I don't. If I had lived like you, probably I'd have a lot of things in life I wanted. But I'm just sorry. I can't be who you want me to be. I truly am trying to help people here. I have the stock. I already own the stock. And you know what? I can't buy anymore. I have all I can buy. So what do I do? I can't. I could sit around and try to sucker people along with you. I don't have your contracts. What I can do is tell people this is the way out. You know, I walked the halls of Congress many times. I had many meetings, many conference calls. I went on spaces. I didn't invade people's space calls. I didn't try to steal their listeners, but I tried to be active. I got active in every one of these stories. But then you reach a point, there's nothing left to learn. You know what's going on, and there's not many people you can trust. There's no way out. People have been hurt, massively hurt, massively. You know, if it had been presented differently, you know, we're going to go out and we're going to promote this stock. It's going to run from $1 to $17. Try to get out on the way up, because after it gets there, the sellers are going to come in. But instead, it's going to be a short squeeze. And my problem is, I remember when there were buy-ins. There aren't anymore. All right, I'm going to move on from you, Dice. Everything Trump has done to since January. Cried. He never cried. Complained. Maybe be racist. I don't notice a racist bone in Donald Trump's body. I think he's got an enormous blind spot. He believes the Jewish, the Israeli, the Zionist cabal around him. He believes, and I think his aide de camp, what's her name, Susan Wiley, it's Jared Kushner, Benjamin Netanyahu, Flink or Fink, and Lutnick, and more. And so he only hears the one side of the. Frankly, it's not a war, it's not a conflict, it's a genocide. And he's not listening. He's not getting Arabs, Muslims, Christian Arabs are not getting his ear. So if you're saying he's racist against Palestinians, it does cross the line at some point. He can be innocent, not really knowing for a while, maybe, but at some point he is in lockstep with the modern day Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu. And yeah, so he may be racist against the Palestinian people. But I don't see any other evidence that Donald Trump is racist. I'm guessing you are racist. I think he's a man of action. I don't think he's put issues out there, but he tries to solve them. I haven't seen him cry. So good luck with Kamala. Trump's America. Hey, Nakash. Ojavzvat. Yeah, Trump's America. BKDR Surrender Sharma Om. Usual white suspect. Look, I can't help that I'm white. but I'm that's what I am. But anyway, it's not that interesting a subject. I don't think the um, I I don't think there's a lot of reward going down that path of racism, America, and all that. I think we have to come together, all of us, you know, Jews, Christians, Catholics, atheists, tall people, short people, rich people, poor people, farmers, and then every shade you can notice there, BK Dr. Surrender Sharma, you notice there the two colors of black and white, and it's not this. So we're all just different shades of the same creation of God's. And I just don't think there's a lot of fruitfulness in focusing on racism. That's the strategy I think Hillary Clinton does because she lost, dividing people. I think it's better if we unify. It's the British Empire dividing people. Um, I don't judge people by their race or their religion. I do somewhat by their actions, but if they're my friend, I guess I have a blind spot. So, or if they're family. So it's being a human isn't a black and white thing in many ways. I can't say that word, and I'm not going to. Hillary Clinton, more like Hillary Fallon. Um, yes, I think that's true. BK Dr. Surrender, Trump's America. Noxish. It's all Trump's fault for high gas prices. Gas prices aren't that high compared to Joe Biden. But I'll tell you where Donald Trump's making an enormous mistake. And it's because we don't work together. We don't work together. We're all divided. But Donald Trump's doing so much to help everybody. But he believes that we can go back. He truly believes the United States has enough oil to carry on this bounty forever, or until the next energy source comes. We don't. I wouldn't be. I mean, to me, it's insane to sell our natural gas to Europe. Let Russia sell it to them. We need that natural gas here. So you can call me a racist and be free. What makes us free in this country is our wealth. I think it's all based on oil and energy. It's just that. But if we send it offshore, that to me that's just like when we flared it all. We just waste it. But anyway, the other thing, he believes we should build these highways and transit systems based on the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I think that's wrong. I think we should be investing in our rail, in our harbors, our seaways, and our riverways, and that probably we should learn to live within cities and possibly save the driving. There's two ways to do it. One way is you save the driving between cities, or you do your drivings inside. You're driving around in and around the city, and you go by train between cities. But the point is, we've got ahead of us, Noxish. You've got a tough life with that, with if you're angry. It's going to be tough. Things are going to be difficult. We're going to see the stock market have a blow off top. And I've been saying that for a long time. Now, a lot of people are saying it, but I'll stick with the one or two people I listen to until they get it wrong. And then I think the world is going into a financial market crash. Maybe that gets delayed. That would be great. But eventually we're going to have, it's like Jimmy Rogers says, maybe this time's different. Maybe it's never happened before, but maybe this time's different. So when that crash comes, from out of the level of that crash, I think you're going to start to recognize, unless population has collapsed, I think China's population could be the size of North America rather than the size of India. And I think other countries are having declines in population. There's a lot of young people dying after the mandated, the thing. And if that continues, we could have population decline. So demand for oil and energy could crash. But unless something like that happens, as we come out of the recession or even depression, there's going to be a lot of commitment to reshoring industry. And I think Trump's being brilliant about that. He's bringing tariffs in to encourage industry here for jobs for people who aren't angry. And he's giving a little bit of protection. I think it's brilliant. But everyone wants to tear that down. This monetary system is an illusion, and it cannot last longer, or at least not much longer. And otherwise, the other choice, they're going to take us to war. They'll burn a lot of oil then. But my point is, on the way out, you're going to see oil prices through the roof, $400, $500, $600 a barrel over the next decade. If you're not ready for it, you're not ready for it. But that means food, air conditioning, safety, police cars, being able to call a police officer over. All of those things are luxuries we have because we have this resource called oil. The world uses about 100 billion barrels of oil a day. It's less, but if you start with that number, the arithmetic is easy. The decline curves on average every year of existing production are 5%. That's probably low. It's probably greater than that. So every year, the world's oil production, our demand for oil is roughly 100 billion barrels a day. Sorry, 100 million barrels a day. And our production is about the same. And we've been in that kind of leveled off period for a while. I think a lot of the numbers are manipulated because we count in the United States, we count as part of our oil production, our natural gas production. So, and then we're going to sell it to Europe, but we need it for our data centers. I don't know. It's not a very well thought out strategy. I would be keeping our oil and our natural gas and let Russia sell it to Europe. But anyway, if you start with 100 million barrels a day and the decline rates are 5 million barrels, 5%, 5 million a day per year. So after 1 year period, you're down to 95 million barrels in production a day. That means you have to discover, fund, and replace 5 million barrels of oil just to get back where you were. And that's not that easy. It's not that easy. The U.S. shale production comes on like gangbusters, but it's down by 85% in the first 18 months. It's not that easy. So if you, and we've reached sort of a plateau. If you assume the decline curves, they're probably higher, are 5% a year, and just for the sake of argument, you assume overall we've peaked in our production worldwide. You've got countries like Brazil where their production has gone up, countries like Iraq where their production has gone up. You've got Russia chugging along at high production. Probably that's a place they'll be able to find more, maybe. There's probably only 2 countries in the world that have excess capacity. Iraq, maybe Iraq, but the UAE is one of them. And if the decline curves kick in 5% every year, after a decade on that original production, you've got to replace 50 million barrels a day. For the last decade, for the last 40 years, in our schools up in the Northeast, we've been taught we're going to make this transition. We haven't been drilling. Now, it's probable that they'll find something in Mexico on a scale of the Permian, but we don't know that. We don't know that for sure. But anyway, Nakash, I think when you argue about Trump's high gas prices or Biden's, you're arguing over nothing. You're arguing over 450 versus 295. By the time you are my age, gasoline prices are very likely to be inexpensive at $35 a gallon. Next time, Nakash, rather than being angry at Trump or me for some reason, drive around your city. Next time you fill up your tank, your gas tank, and you pay, I don't know, $35 to fill your tank. Just as a thought exercise, pretend that tank costs you $350. And then as you're driving, imagine the world around you. Will there be drugstores and grocery stores and fast food joints and highways and turnabouts and baseball 10 miles away from the high school? Or do you think people are going to start living in closer cities and industrial food? That's over. Unless they come up with an alternative. So if you're worried about high oil prices, gas prices, you haven't seen anything yet. And there's nothing the president can do about it. All we can do is plan how we use what's left. And unfortunately, God gave us, the United States, this great bounty over the last 15 years, and we didn't use it the right way. We're bombing a desert, assaulting mountains. We spent trillions. According to Catherine Austin Fisk, $27 trillion is missing. Why didn't we use that oil, that energy, that brain power, and build out high-speed rail, build out the most modern harbor systems in the world, build out the best train system up and down the East Coast, Boston, all the way down to Miami, Richmond, Georgia, why not? Why not? Why not indeed? I'm not going to repeat that over and over again. But this is from Mohammed Ibrahim, Trump's America. And this is from Gautam Mansur. Look, I don't know if you're for or against Trump's America, Kiamish Fitsami, but um, I wouldn't blame you for being upset with Trump for supporting the genocidal maniac Benjamin Netanyahu. But I think Trump's overall is not anti-Muslim or anti-Arab, but I don't know. Only God knows. Many Trump's America, Java, Trump's America. This is all helpful. You're getting bots in your good luck. So these are all bots. Okay. I'm going to skip the bots. Maybe this is the why you were booted from Merrill Lynch. Maybe you were a short and want people to buy Realtime. I wasn't booted from Merrill Lynch. I wasn't booted from Merrill Lynch. You got that wrong, pal. I don't really feel like going through my career, but I trained at Merrill Lynch. And I would have liked, as I look back on it, I would have maybe just one choice in my life would have been just to stay there. But there was a large office and a lot of people, a lot of things going on, and yeah, I took an offer, and that's just how it goes. Colby Cormier, how are you? I have a 6-hour flight. What should I download to watch? I don't know. I don't know who Jeff Daniels is. All right. I came to the end, so um, we'll come on tomorrow, I guess, at some point. I hope my pain is gone, and um, um, let's see any last minute. Let's just see if one of the Major League Baseball teams bought Railtown. No, nothing new. Okay. All right, I'm going to sign out. Thanks for everybody listening. I don't know how I get the bots, how to get rid of them, but and Dice, you know what? I think that's your last time.